What up? Okay. Wheel is available now. Just fixed it. Hey. Let's hold on. Need to put on the noise gate. There we go. All right. All right, looks good. Hey there, Ori. What's up, Trash? How you doing? Hey there, Gerald. Hey, Sniper's Legacy. All right, I think we have like... Okay, I don't want to do this one yet. I want to do one of these. I mean, this one's kind of a throwaway. Just do this real quick. Because we gotta... Either through here or through here. Through this way probably makes more sense. You have 2 entries. You can see your odds going down in retail. Yeah, I guess so, huh? You stream on New Year's? Yeah, I will. What actually might end up happening is I might not stream on New Year's. What we might do is I might just like hang out in the Discord up until, you know, like midnight, and after midnight, just like hang out with everybody in there. We could maybe like, I don't know, play some Discord games or something.
All Super Earth citizens are equal.
I think that would be kind of fun, don't you think?
Super equal.
Big boys, Torlax, thank you for the 4 months. How you been? Play Among Us. God, I don't think that's the play. The most senior of your Discord members gets in. Hey, Aaron Norris. By the way, I don't say this enough, but really good job keeping up the orders, the advice. Because I definitely could never pay enough attention to it the way you guys are committed to it. Doing a great job keeping everyone directed. Why you bullying the doggos? They're trying to kill me.
luck?
I think I got her.
On with the work.
Yes.
Yeah, that's true. That's actually a good idea. That's probably the very first time in the history of the internet where someone has said, "Can I be a moderator?" And it's like, actually, yeah. 1 second. Let me remember how to do that. Isn't it like, what is this even under? Role manager. Here it is. Oh man, that is gonna be, hold on. Go ahead and copy that. Add new. Cool.
Fury!
Man, Val Factory sucks. Proximity intangibility.
Quick and lethal.
That thing also has it. His minion has intangibility.
Don't mind if I do.
I can't. Couldn't attack. So scary. Did we get a new DO? No, Sosa just wanted to be moderator on Twitch, and I was like, yeah, you know, that makes sense. I can't think of a reason why I wouldn't.
Storm point!
Might be the least appealing map in the game. I think I would pretty much rather be anywhere else than play Val Factories. So many little rooms. Hey there, Itsu. Yeah, I'll either be live on New Year's or we'll just like do some Discord games or something. I think that would be fun.
Take this!
Get me out of here.
An easy trophy.
Time of year sucks when you're an accountant. That makes sense. Any new additions to the build I should be aware of? Not really. I changed my jewels. We've like determined what the best in slot jewels are now that the market's kind of calmed down for them. And like stuff like that is getting a little bit more affordable than it was. Like jewels were pretty messed up price wise. Still kind of are, but like not as bad. Like for example, you absolutely want 20% quiver effect from your jewels because that gets you to a power spike where you get an extra projectile level. And then from there, it's just a matter of like try to get jewels with percent damage, or if you want to go percent damage plus evasion, that's a good option for prefixes. And then suffixes, it's like there's so many bad things for suffixes. You'll be happy if you can even get crit or attack speed, and you'll be like elated if you get crit plus attack speed. But those are going to be really expensive jewels if you have something that's like double damage, crit attack speed. Like unrealistic amounts of expense, I would say. But that is the ideal jewel besides the 20% quiver effect total. Like 2 jewels with quiver effect, plus a damage or evasion, your call. And then everything else should be damage evasion or damage with crit attack speed. Okay, now we can look to do some good maps. Now that the busy work is over. Probably do this one. Let's do... I think I wanted to do another breach tablet. Either another... I don't know. I could do another breach tablet, or I could go for a radiation. Probably a radiation. It looks like we need more radiation than breaches. Yeah, I have no 9 slaughter. Got 9s. I have no 10s. I have 9s. That's a pretty good one. We'll slam that one in. Okay, it didn't really irradiate any of the... It did okay. That definitely helped. I mean, this spot's insane. Oh, it's Valve Factory, though. That makes me want to cry. I'm going to do this one. Your pass is to give you the big spike in damage. Changing the passives. Well, one of the things that's changed since the video is instead of going down to Lightning Rod, Which, to be fair, Lightning Rod is a bigger damage boost than Wildstorm is. But the thing is, it costs more points to get to Lightning Rod than it costs to get to Wildstorm. So it kind of, in a cosmic sort of way, makes more sense to just grab Wildstorm by just spending the points to get up here, and you still get a jewel slot, the same as if you'd gone down here. And arguably, you get better value than going through Force of Nature and Bold and Avatar Flash Storm. Like, these are fine, but they're really far away. This is like the best node for the build, period. But it's just so damn far away. I'm still thinking about it. We might still change it back. But right now, I feel like this is probably the best way of doing things. Just because of the extra points it would take, right? Like, you have to spend all the points to get down to Flash Storm, and then it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more just to get Lightning Rod, and the rest of the ones up into it are just like not remarkable improvements to your character. You're just spending 4 more points to get the Lightning Rod. It doesn't look good, in my opinion. There's other things we can get that are much closer. And then, like, this is a huge bump in damage. While also taking less points to accomplish. And then you still get penetration the same as if you'd gone down there. I think you get like 6% less pen. But that widely doesn't matter. I'm still messing with it, but what it basically comes down to is the best in slot anointment is either going to be Wildstorm if you went down here and took all this, or it's going to be Lightning Rod if you didn't. Yeah, basically Wildstorm. Like, Wildstorm is a huge increase in damage. Like, you can see it if I hover shift over it, the damage difference in the tooltip. Just from the Wildstorm node. Picked up acrobatics. Oh yeah, I am doing acrobatics now. The reason I'm doing acrobatics now is I've scaled to a point where even without tailwind stacks, I'm sitting at 72% evasion with acrobatics. Like, and then if we scale all the way up with tailwind, I believe it's 76. So this is only a 15% reduction. At that point, like, I'm only losing 15% of my evasion in exchange for being able to dodge puddles. At that point, it's kind of like free. I'm curious, you ever played Warframe? I played a lot of Warframe, yeah. But what felt really crippled, and the reason I didn't recommend acrobatics until you were geared to the teeth, is like, I don't know. What's a good example? This is pretty good. Like, when I didn't have a hat with like a ton of evasion the way I do, when my chest piece was at 1940 evasion just from it alone, right? When the necklace didn't give me 26% increased evasion, which, to be fair, this is just another additive stack. When I wasn't stacking evasion in my jewels as well, like, we're sitting down at like 63%. This is not good. Like, if this is your evasion with acrobatics, I would not want to live like this. You are gonna get hit so much more than you think you will. It's a really weird tipping point, I would say. Once you go past the tipping point, you might as well do it. But before you hit that point, it feels awful to run acrobatic. Yeah, with Beast Skin, it's worth about 4K. Alright, that... I mean... You know, what can I say? I turned the stream on, you know?
Too weak, too slow.
We just turned the stream on. Running on the streamer client now. Hey there, Ice. Oh, this was also kind of interesting. So, whenever I got that extra skill level from the quiver effect in my jewels, and we went up to level 25 skills, I actually started running out of mana again. Like, through the Thief's Torment, I was actually going on bosses and losing DPS. I had to socket the inspiration back on Cast on Shock and give it a 6th link. Because I wasn't willing to, like, remove deceleration or energy retention. Because that in itself also would have been a DPS loss. So, yeah, I'm back to running inspiration on the ball lightning, because even with that kind of mana regeneration on hit, it was going in, which is crazy.
Storm point. What luck?
Do I have anything fun planned for New Year's? Not particularly. Not broken at all. Shocking. No, definitely not.
Come on now, don't got all day.
Too weak. Too slow.
All right, there's an essence up here. Do I do VR at all? I have a headset, but it's just like not a very good one. I don't really use it. There's a couple VR games I like Beat Saber and Pistol Whip. That's about it, though. I don't play much VR.
Take this! Barely broke a sweat.
The map's complete, but I never found my breach. Which is a little sad, because it means we didn't duplicate them. It is storbed. I don't think anything in particular killed VR. It's just, it's expensive. Really expensive hobby on top of an already expensive hobby. To play a very curated selection of titles in a very specific way. The realistic situation is, I mean, most people want to play games sitting on their ass. I know I do.
I don't have enough mana. Barely broke a sweat.
I kind of messed up.
Thunderous shot.
Hopefully it comes back here. Nice. Not bad. How does this compare to Poison Pathfinder? I don't have like a direct comparison because like I haven't played Endgame Poison
Oh, nice.
Pathfinder to like tell you. The only thing I know for sure is me and a buddy of mine, he played Poison Pathfinder to level. I played Lightning Deadeye to level. And I definitely had a much better time. That is the one point of comparison I can say for sure. Okay, so what I said is pretty relevant then. To your question. That's good. I would say if someone starts up this game for like the first time or they're going through on their first character, they're definitely going to have a better time playing Lightning Deadeye than playing Poison Pathfinder. I can say that with a pretty high degree of certainty. Alright, I think I only got one That's unfortunate. Yeah, I only got one. Better luck next time.
Speed.
One has delirium. And it's cast on shock with ball lightning? Yes. Yes, it is. Cast on shock, ball lightning, impetus, energy retention, deceleration, inspiration. Although if someone doesn't have a 6 link on this, it should definitely be inspiration over energy retention. 100%.
This is all an illusion.
Take this! Quick and lethal.
Map is literally spammed with plague bringers, a very hostile work environment.
You have no chance.
Lots of intelligence like a lightning ball. I'm new, so don't mind me asking. You need this build needs 95 intelligence as a baseline. But ball lightning doesn't come online until like late cruel difficulty, so it's not something you really need to stress about incorporating right away. Like when it might become available during cruel difficulty, it's like not necessarily something you need to incorporate right away.
Broke a sweat.
For the build to be good. The build is doing just fine up until that point, and then the ball lightning cast on shock really just kind of scales the later and later you get into endgame. But to make it work, you need 95 intelligence. Which can be obtained a couple different ways. I would say the easiest is like a chess piece that has a good dex suffix. So you can just switch out your passive points for intelligence. That's partially how I do it. Or like an amulet with an intelligence roll or dex roll. Same logic. Basically, just need like a little bit of stats from gear, and then it works pretty easy. You want to use the lowest skill gem possible. So, my ball lightning and my cast on shock. So technically, cast on shock, you can do a level 9 gem, but it doesn't matter because you're going to 95 int anyway. So I just make mine level 11. Your ball lightning, you want it to be level 11, the lowest level possible. Which allows you to equip it with only 95 int. Same with the Orb of Storms, 95 intelligence, level 11. Might as well just have it at level 11. You don't really need to take it any further than that. It's not really contributing any damage. It's just an activator for the lightning rods. So it's not dealing any actual damage, per se. Like, the damage is completely cooked on these abilities, right? 133.
Out of mana.
Yeah, that should work. And like I said, it's a scaling setup, so like the deeper into endgame you get, the more and more ridiculous it gets. I'm actually like getting a DPS loss on normal mapping bosses now due to them falling over from the amount of impact damage. Like, their stun threshold is getting filled, and then it's causing them to like jump out of the way of all my nonsense. Kind of annoying. Makes them die slightly slower.
Too weak, too slow. Storming arrow. That's quite nice.
Looks cool. I might be a little bit biased, but yeah, I'd say it's pretty cool. Hey there, mercenary. How you doing today? Welcome back. The stream just gets blurry. That is kind of funny. That sounds like YouTube compression. Breaches are so much fun, but the cleanup really isn't.
Take this.
I think I got everything though, or almost everything. Yeah, already been here. And the delirium encounter. Oh, 9 splinters, nice. How are items colored? It's a custom filter. Using the... What was that called? Filter blade guys filter. Filter blade guide. Filter blade guys filter. It's like uses that as a base, and then it was customized by my buddy Loopy to fit our needs. Oh, projectile skill. I mean, this bow's cooked. We're done with this bow. That's going in the cope pile. Okay. Delirium. This is a good one. I'll do this one. Looks good. But it's a Valve Factory. Ew. I might die here. Unless it's a boss or rare. Well, that's kind of like Fire Ranger guide, bros. Build cooks. You're into following a sub for me. Right on. Glad it's helping you out, Deckard. Glad it's fun. So, the ball lightning is only going to proc a lot against bosses and rares. That's just the nature of it. The reason you see me proccing ball lightnings against trash mobs is mostly just due to the excessive overkill levels of like damage they're taking and shock rate, and the density as well. Density has a big part in it. And even then, like, I'm not proccing that many. There's like a few. It's like a healthy amount. But yeah, ball lightning is pretty much just for bosses and for rares. If you get some ball lightnings rolling with the normal trash mobs, it's great, but won't happen too much.
There is no patriotism without capitalism.
Thank you for the 100 bits.
Zap, zap, zap.
Sniper's Legacy.
Trophy.
One question in your Lightning Arrow, why not use Heft instead of Rising Tempest? It's not more DPS. So this is with Rising Tempest. I've actually like compared this pretty directly a couple times. Rising Tempest, right? 63 or whatever. And then boom. See, less damage.
Thunderous shot.
You proc way more than I do. This is my gear. I need a little more lightning pen.
Too weak.
It's really
Too
just
slow.
so it's a matter of shock chance more than anything. Shock chance and damage are hand in hand. So the way things get shocked is based entirely on damage versus ailment threshold. And the ailment threshold can be reached more easily whenever you also have shock chance. It's basically like shock chance multiplies the amount of damage in the calculation when it comes to specifically checking if ailment threshold was breached. So you just have a better chance to shock with more damage and more shock chance. Pretty much infinitely. And I do truckloads of damage. So basically every single individual hit. Oh, and this is actually like a really big part of it. So against bosses, and against rares, but mostly bosses, we're throwing Voltaic Mark on them. Voltaic Mark is a 50% multiplicative increase to shock chance. So as far as the game is concerned, for calculating shock chance, whenever you Voltaic Mark something, you are basically shocking them. Well, not shocking. You're basically dealing 50% more damage to them for the purpose of the calculation, which is huge. But like, you're not Voltaic marking every individual enemy. And we're trying to cause shocks with Lightning Rod, which individually, each actual rod doesn't actually do that much damage, which makes it more difficult for an individual rod to cause a shock. But we're trying to create a situation where all 20 rods cause a shock, like all at the same time, which is how it scales and scales so hard, because you're getting, you know, you might be getting like 5 out of 20 shocks, and then you'll be getting 10 out of 20 shocks, and then you're just getting 20 out of 20 shocks, and it just keeps getting infinitely more ridiculous up until the point where you're just getting 20 out of 20 shocks. And like, I can't show you the math behind how you accomplish that. All I can really say is just more damage, more shock chance, just keep stacking it up, and it all just kind of clicks at once. All of a sudden, you just start seeing ridiculous shit happen. Now, whenever we have POV, I will be able to map it out, but until then, I can't, really. Or it would be very difficult to.
Barely broke a sweat. Out of mana.
Notification on your phone is Quack. It's epic. How do you prevent your computer from turning into a toaster on bosses? It's a really strong computer. But Path of Exile 2 definitely gives it a run for its money sometimes. I will say that. Despite the amount of money went into the hardware behind this thing. It's kind of impressive. But I think that's more Path of Exile than the computer at that point. PoE should be used as a benchmark. That's kind of true.
Stay light, stay alive.
Thank you. I saw you were 7x my DPS when you opened your skills. I need to get grinding to catch up. Yeah, it'll click. Like you just keep going and it'll click. I was probably like whenever I recorded the video for this build, I think my tooltips were sitting around like 30k, 40k for Lightning Arrow. So I've come quite a ways since then. It's what we're seeing on stream today. But more or less, not much has changed as far as the screen diarrhea that occurs every time I use an ability. About the same, I would say, as it was then. Not too different. That's not terrible. Stressful skill, and the entire party stood in place for like 5 seconds. That's awesome. How to solve the mana issue? You can only mitigate the mana issue until you invest in a Thief's Torment ring. You need to get your resistances sorted with only 15% coming in from ring slot and pick up a Thief's Torment ring. This solves all the mana issues. Until then, you can only mitigate the mana issues. You'll have to just be using Flask a lot. Against Pinnacle bosses, you might go
Quite nice.
If you go on a Pinnacle fight, it basically means you either need to double check that your Flask is regenerating charges passively. Need to get more damage so you can kill them before you run out. Or need to just invest in Thief's Torment. Divine! Huge. Actual streamer client, though.
What luck?
Show us the gloves. Oh, yeah, sure. I think last stream? Was it last stream? On Friday, we dropped some Howa gloves while I was doing my Breach Lords to max out the tree. Build has been way too fun to play. Just started a few days ago. Can't wait to get the call skill. The ball lightning or the cast on. Yeah, it's super fun. Kind of off topic. What is your favorite pizza? I'm pretty basic. I just like pepperoni pizza. But yeah, we were doing Breach Lord to max out my Atlas last stream, and I dropped a couple pairs of Howa. And then I spent some currency just to fix my resistance issue. I mean, I know it doesn't look fixed, but I'm currently elemental cursed, like elemental weakness. So it is fixed. It's just, yeah, I got like a pretty nice chest piece, pretty nice helmet. I'm basically managed to keep my resistances in check so that I could use Howa. Howa's like a massive DPS increase for this build. It's like super, it's at the unnecessary point though. Like without Howa, I was already killing Pinnacles. With Howa, I'm just killing Pinnacles faster. So you definitely don't need it. It's just like another fun upgrade for this build. If you manage to put the currency into it. It's nice to always have something you can invest in the build, even if you don't need it.
Quick and lethal. Out of mana. Out of my way.
Howa gloves are like 6 div. They're decently expensive, I would say. What's really expensive though is just getting your resistances to be chill while not losing max life in your build whenever you equip Howa. Because Howa doesn't give any resistances at all. Basically just without gloves for resistances. All of a sudden. So. It'll typically be more than 6 divs worth of investment to run Howa. How do you get enough spirit to run Herald of Thunder, Wind Dancer, and Cast on Shock? That is my amulet. I got a pretty good amulet. But if you want to be able to run Wind Dancer, which at this point I feel pretty strongly you should try to do, you want, as a baseline, you want 2 projectile levels, spirit, max life on an amulet. Everything else you see on this amulet is like extra. You don't need it, but just your amulet should be max life, spirit, projectile skills. And if you can get like crit stats, extra dex, evasion, great, awesome. They're not required though. Those are the extras.
Charged arrow.
Oh, and you probably noticed I have a bit more spirit than would actually be needed to do all of this. So the way I'm spending that is I have clarity, just because even with Thief's Torment, mana is still always a constant struggle. We do everything we can to counter it. So clarity helps a little bit, and cannibalism is some pretty crazy sustain during the spicy breaches you're seeing me run through. Like getting 4% max life back on kill. When you're killing that much shit is pretty much perma full healing every time I shoot an ability. Makes it really hard for them to do any kind of chip damage to me, especially with the Thief's Torment also giving me 25 HP back on hit. I'm pretty much always either full or I'm dead. Or I'm CC'd and then dead. We need this version of the build if you just move your cursor over each item so we can copy it, because the one on the website's not updated. Over each item. You mean like gear? I mean, the only thing I've done is add Howa, and I still don't think Howa's like a necessary addition. That's why I haven't updated it on the Mobalytics. Because that's supposed to be like an affordable version of the build. And once I start saying, yeah, run Howa and also get enough resistances without your gloves, it's like, okay, now we're getting into the really expensive territory. There's going to be a new version on the Mobalytics, though. So I'm working on a new video for tomorrow that is not going to be the build update, but I'm going to leave through like all of my arbiters and simulacrums, hopefully, and just like max everything. And then after I do that, and I have all the footage from those guys getting rinsed, I'm going to do like one final update video for the build. That'll include everything I've changed since the last build guide, basically, and it's also going to have its own page on the Mobalytics. That'll have the final, most expensive version.
That's quite nice.
I'm currently level 94, 60% to 95. How much HP and shield do you have? Feel like I'm getting one shot all the time. 2200 right now. But for the majority of my gameplay and like all of the recording on the video and stuff, I've had 2000, like 1900 to 2000. I try to never fall below 2000 life. And even with 2000 life, like you can still get one shot. There are things that can one shot you. I have been one shot plenty of times. One of the biggest differences, though, one of the biggest difference makers is like, you know, we got enough spirit to run Wind Dancer permanently. We have evasion in some jewels. Like I got some 20% rolls of evasion on top of damage in my jewels. Got the amulet with some evasion. Basically just been stacking a lot of evasion. And then the hat has like really good evasion now. At that point, I was sitting at like 91, 92% evasion without acrobatics. And I did pull the trigger and start running acrobatics. Reason for that is, yeah, like even without my tailwind stacks at all, I'm sitting at 69% evasion. But more realistically, we're sitting at the tailwind stacks, and I've got 76% evasion with acrobatics. It's around that point, I would say, like if you're sitting at 75% fully buffed when you put acrobatics on, it's probably worth running acrobatics, but before that it's going to grief you. That feels like the cutoff point. And at that point, acrobatics will help with the crazier side of the game where you're like doing these crazy breaches and shit, and you're just running through AoE after AoE, and you kind of need to not get hit by all of them. Or it's just like too cluttered to dodge everything at that point. You just gotta be off screen. That's your mana flask? This was the flask that carried me. I've had the same flask since 4th Ascendancy. This really helped me kill him the first time before I had the Thief's Torment. Because it's really funny. You guys know that section where he's like, time waits for no one? He puts the little ball down. I literally sat there and let my mana flask regenerate back to full while I ate some McDonald's. This is a really funny story. Time waits for no one. Well, actually, sir, it waits for me. Like, is a terrible quiver. The rolls are really low. The stats are the right stats. The rolls are bad. Messed up somewhere. I got 48 spirit. I got 78 spirit. 30 base. You got 148 with 48 spirit in it, I think. You probably missed your extra spirit from the campaign. So in Act 3, in both, like Act 3 Cruel and Act 3 Normal, the Bog Witch, Ignugduk or whatever, in Azak Bog, and this won't be highlighted. You won't see this unless you've been there, and it's kind of off the beaten path. There's no reason to go here other than fight this lady. She gives you 30 spirit in Normal, and she gives you 40 spirit in Cruel, giving you 100 total spirit baseline. Yeah, time waits for no one unless you're eating. During the... Yeah, so Mobalytics... I mean, I can't show two quivers on Mobalytics, really. So, Visceral Quiver or Primed Quiver is going to be the best one. It's really just whichever one you can get good rolls on.
Thunderous shot.
They both have really good base stats. You can't really go wrong. Visceral Quiver or Primed Quiver is going to be a good option for you. Thanks for the follow, Ben Star. Yeah, no problem, Macri. I think we're done. No, there was one more breach, and I like walked away from it like an idiot for some reason, right? Up here? Yeah, right here. There might have been another one too. I lost track of it.
An easy trophy. Storming arrow.
Fourteen mana per enemy hit by attack. Is that enough for solving the mana issue? It should be. I can't tell you for sure. I think it should be still. It's going to depend on your skill levels as well. I think 14 should be fine, but I don't have like data to say for sure because I've never run a ring with less than the 15. Worst case scenario, right? You just resell the ring later and buy one with 15 if you feel like you still need more mana. One thing I will say you should certainly do with it though is you should definitely quality it for mana so that it's 18 per enemy hit instead of well, not 18, it'll be 17 for you, but yeah, definitely quality for mana. It is worth it. It might not be necessary at the time you get it, but it'll become necessary. How much mana do I have? I have 931 max right now. But your maximum mana is widely irrelevant once you have Thief's Torment, because you'll just keep jumping back to full mana. It only really matters whenever there's a sparse amount of enemies around, in which case you'll just pop Flask. At this point, most of my mana just comes from the fact that I'm using the Howa Glove, so I'm trying to actually have some intelligence in the build. Yes, if you quality it for mana, the mana per hit will increase. Mine was a base of 15. It's scaled up to 18 for max quality. Oh, right. Okay. I'm dumb. I've already done that one. I'm having a really hard time, like, remembering where to loot. I'm just kind of running around mindlessly. I'm sure I've missed a whole bunch of breach shards. Or splinters, I mean. And we'll just get out of here. Val Factory sucks. You can quality it for mana by using the breach catalysts. These ones, neural catalyst. If you don't have any, you can get them from the currency exchange. They're a little bit pricier whenever it comes to the catalysts, though. Most of the catalysts are like dirt cheap. Need to clean out the dump box when I'm not streaming. We clean boxes off stream. That's what we do. And I wish that one got a breach. It didn't, though. There was probably one more breach on the map, but I can't be bothered whenever it's that shitty map. Crypt sucks, too, kinda. Step will be fun. We'll do step. Steep. Step. Could you please update your build because I'm following it and I really like it? So Mobalytics is updated. Mobalytics is completely updated. The only thing that is not updated is the excessive purchases I've made. So like Howa Gloves is just like extra expense that you don't really need to do. I'm going to make a new version on Mobalytics that's like the expensive version. But currently Mobalytics is updated. I just got a perfect jeweler at the beginning of this stream, yeah.
Charge to arrow.
I've had 2 perfect jewelers drop total. Bye, sir. I've also written a section in the Mobalytics talking about Eye of Winter and what it's useful for. It is legitimately just a pinnacle bossing skill. So until you are like all about pinnacle bosses, there's no need to even concern yourself with getting the intelligence to run it. But yeah, it'll be reflected in the expensive version once I update the Mobalytics, and I will update the Mobalytics with like another version on that page. But the one that's there right now is reflective of everything I'm doing in game right now, just with less divines pumped into it, right? Like just less currency requirement to do it. And I think I'm gonna leave that like that, but I'm gonna write the new expensive version once I do my update video here in like, I don't know, probably I want to say 3-4 days. I'll do a new update video for the guide. And like, yeah, if you want to just like keep pumping money into this build, like say you really like it, you got the build up to what I have on the page right now, you want to take it further, like this is how you take it further, spend more money on it. I'm also gonna do some stuff that I didn't talk about in the original guide. So like I'm gonna talk about optimizing jewels, optimize bossing rotation, mobbing rotation, like how to use all the skills efficiently. Make it a little bit more substance than just like, yeah, this is like the things that I've changed. How much did it cost for me to get the ring? I bought it back when the ring was 6 divs. Although, to be fair, mine has max roll for resistances. It's 15% resist, so... But yeah, it was pricier when I bought it. I think it's come down. I've seen people saying like 2 div, 3 div. No diving. How do you do that? Upgrading multiple? Hold shift. Hold shift whenever you're doing that, Hebigan. Congrats, hopefully mine drops too. Hopefully. Is there a reason you posted to Mobalytics and not max roll? Well, I mean, if I'm being completely honest about it, I had done a previous, like, earlier version of the build guide before, and it did, like, okay on YouTube, but it didn't really get that much traction. If I had to give a reason why I didn't do max roll in addition to Mobalytics, it would be I didn't expect the video and build to be as popular as it is. So I just kind of haven't done it, but I will do it. I just need to find the time. kind of do it on both. Because, I mean, I am a newcomer whenever it comes to Path of Exile content creation. I played Path of Exile 1 quite a decent little bit, but, you know, I've never made content on Path of Exile before this go of it, so I really wasn't really sure what to expect there. Hey pal, great build. You're planning on making one build and playing it to completion? You're going to make multiple builds a league and feature them all. My plan is I want to play the builds I create, like the builds that I create and people like. I'm going to play to completion. I'm going to make like multiple updates for them. And you know, just like play them all the way out into the end. Kill everything with them. And then I'm going to start a new one. As far as what I'm going to do per league, though, unless something gets horribly gutted about this build, I absolutely love it. So I would probably play this as my league starter. And then, like, maybe, just maybe make some content on it if, like, something's changed. But otherwise, I would just be, you know, chilling, streaming the league start, not making videos, per se. Unless there was like something interesting to make a video about as far as the league mechanic, and then after that I would play different builds for the league. But then I would use like this build to fund the rest of my league, basically.
Don't mind if I do.
And I just really enjoy this build, so I would want it to be part of my account on every league I play, unless they absolutely horribly gut it or something. Or unless I just find something that I find equally appealing as a league start. Is there any reason you posted to... Okay, you did. Did that, I replied, I'm doing good. Keeping up. I think there was only one breach. I'm out of here. I've hit 2 different 11 breach maps off stream. Like the 2% roll on the tree. I've hit that twice. I'm hoping we get it once while I'm live. That would be sick. They're so much fun. Oops. How long it takes to take down Trial 4 final boss? Pretty much seconds. I do that every once in a while for currency. It's actually pretty lucrative. We can go do one. I kind of like doing it. Doesn't take long. It's like maybe 15 minutes to clear through the whole trial. This is actually a really good currency farm, by the way, if you can do this. If you, like, don't want to buy into the rarity meta because you think it's going to get nerfed, spending your time in Trials of Sekhmet and Trials of Chaos is, like, a pretty consistent currency farm. Trials of Chaos especially for currency is good. Because you don't have to mess with trading with anybody. You don't need to trade anything to anybody. You just go to the currency exchange. Do you sell the Trial 4 final boss to people? I do, yeah. That's actually where a lot of my starting money came from, was selling 4th Ascendancy trials to people in the Trove. Like, before I got Thief's Torment, I could run 1 person at a time. Then once I got Thief's Torment, I could run 2, and technically I could run more. It's just it gets more stressful to do his one-shot mechanic the more people you bring, because he speeds it up. So I typically just sell to 2 people at a time and leave it at that. It's still pretty good currency to this day. I did a run this morning. You can still sell this run to people for like 40x per head. It's extremely consistent for how fast you can get through here. Tips for farming currency. Well, there's pretty much like 3 ways in my mind right now to farm currency if you want to do it consistently and you don't just want to worry about luck. You either invest your money into a rarity set to farm with and then do big boy breaches with it, or you farm Trials of Sekhmet and sell the run, or you do Trials of Chaos and you sell the trial tokens that you get and sell the currencies that you get, the soul cores that you get. All 3 of those are going to be really consistent, just straight up currency generators, where you don't need to get lucky as far as drops. You're just going to get paid.
No mana.
I don't bother with the whole rarity thing. I just do the breaches because I find it fun. And sometimes I still make pretty good currency doing that anyways. But if I want to, like, be serious about getting currency, and currency is what I'm caring about most, like, I'm not maximizing my fun with the game, I'm just maximizing currency. I'm going into here, and I'm just selling the run at the end. Offering more waystones? I'm pretty sure you can only do 1. Yo, man, really enjoying your YouTube videos. Hey there, Mon Shadow. Thanks, glad you find them enjoyable. What am I doing? I mean, yeah, it's like not even a question.
Nowhere to run.
The ritual has been disrupted.
Sell for 1 or 2 divs right now? That's insane. If anyone's selling like that, they're ripping people off. I sell on the Trove. The Trove's really good about that. They will ban people that try to rip people off. Trying to sell them trial runs for divs.
Stand tall.
I know there's 4 slots, but I'm 90% certain, 95, 99% certain you can't utilize them.
What luck. Take this.
Yeah, the value of farming the Trial of Suckma Balls, though, comes from you can sell the run, you can... I went the wrong way. You can sell the run, you get tons of jewels from the royal chests. Those are primarily the ones you want to open. And sometimes the final boss drops a relic that's worth 3 divs. His other relics are worthless, but his unique relic that lets people take them on to get diamonds, that one is worth like 3 divs.
All Super Earth citizens are equal, but now you are super equal!
What loot filter are you running? It's my own filter. Well, it's not like my own filter. It's my buddy customized a filter for our friend group that are at Endgame. So I'm using his. I linked it in my Discord under the Great PoE Library section, where I'm like compiling a bunch of useful links, especially for newer players and stuff. But I like posted my my filter there for anyone that wants to use it. Although it is a very endgamey filter. It's like it filters out all waystones below 12, filters out all skill gems below 19. Which you can edit that easy enough, but just if someone uses it, disclaimer, don't be surprised if all of that stuff disappears.
I knew you would succeed.
Yep, I've shared the filter. It's in my Discord. How expensive is it to run a build like this? Honestly, not expensive. I haven't changed my bow out at all. The Howa gloves are completely excessive. You don't need them at all. Whenever I recorded my video, I didn't have them. And my tooltip damage is probably like 38k. You gonna sell this run? Yeah, I'll probably sell it. Might as well come here.
Let's plan. Fight with intent.
I mean, these are pretty useless.
We will succeed.
Doesn't really matter, does it? Yeah, anytime you see Royal, you want to open them. Oh yeah, but to give you an actual number, to run a build like this, the biggest expense is the Thief's Torment ring, which is like, I think 3 divs right now. 3 divs, 2 divs, 1 div sometimes, maybe. It's pretty important. You don't need it until endgame, though. The only time you like need it is when you start fighting Pinnacles. Before that, you definitely don't need to have this, and this is the most expensive piece in the build. As far as necessity, my bow, I've had this thing for actual ever, and I crafted it, but a decent bow is probably the second most expensive thing. But bows like mine are, I'm seeing them less than a div at this point. Like, my bow sucks comparatively to some of the bows that are out there right now. I don't even think this thing's like, this thing's probably like, what, 350 DPS at most? Which is decent, don't get me wrong, but like, there are way better bows than this one. And we still do mad damage. I have the Howa glove, but like I said, this is not required. I was absolutely pumping Pinnacle fights without this. This is excess. This is me just pushing the build further than is necessary. I would not say these are necessary whatsoever. They're just excessive. Amulet. If you can get an amulet like this with Spirit, it's going to be more expensive, but it allows you to run Wind Dancer. And having Wind Dancer is going to make it easier to use acrobatics, which is great. But again, not necessary. It's something that's like only an endgame concern. When you've already profited and made a lot of money with this build, you can get amulets like this one. And then the quiver, I don't really remember how much I paid for this, but it wasn't much. It was definitely less than 2 divs. And as far as the armor, the reason my armor was pricey isn't because of the build. It's because I'm running Howa. Like, having to keep my elemental resistances not fucked up while running Howa, that was the expensive part. Which is why I say that it's completely optional. All in all, I'd say you could run a build that would function very comparable to mine for... If I'm going to be generous, I could say, like... Not generous, but... If I want to overshoot the cost, I would say less than 10 divs.
Charge arrow.
Because I definitely had less than 10 divs to my name whenever I made the original build guide video. Or not the original build guide video, but the popular one. I was super poor. And like at the end of the recording was the first time that I had the Thief's Torment. Selling the run. You can sell. The people will buy Fourth Ascendancy for in-game currency. And they'll pay like 30 to 40x per person. So you can clear to the end of the Trial of Sekhmet, portal out, go onto the Trove, find some buyers, and then finish the run. Get some extra exalts for your trouble. In case the Twitch police are listening, it's not RMT. It's not RMT at all. It is literally just selling a service within the game for in-game currency.
That's quite nice.
How much did it cost to get Hand of Wisdom? I didn't buy it. It dropped for me whenever I was doing my... It dropped for me while I was doing my Breach Atlas to maximum. And I actually dropped 2 of them while I was doing it. One of them was on stream on Friday. It was kind of funny.
A great challenge overcome.
I didn't buy a Howa Glove at all. I just got it as a drop. Wow, that sucks. That is actually potentially run ruining. If I lose movement speed randomly, it's bricked. Appreciate the detailed answer. Since I'm here, been subbed since early Helldivers 2 days, and this channel is one of the most in detail and enjoyable ones. Keep it up. Oh, thanks. I will, in fact, keep it up until I'm old and gray and can't anymore. Pretty much my dream job. I love doing this. But inspiration, my cast on Shock, despite saying it can't. I think it's working. I'm working towards a boss node now to see if it actually is. Oh, it's working. I can promise it's working. I can 100% Ministry of Truth guaranteed. That shit works. it is a huge difference. How much rarity do I have? I don't bother stacking rarity. I feel like that shit's gonna get nerfed the very moment GGG comes back from vacation. The only rarity I have in my build, I think, at all is just from the Thief's Torment ring.
Nice.
Oh, okay.
Storm point.
A great challenge overcome.
Is the build different from the last video? No. Not really. I'm probably going to be selling the run on the Trove once we get there. Ooh, yeah, that. Thank you for reminding me about that. Whenever I do the update video, I'm gonna go over the order that you should quality your skills in. Made me remember that I plan to do that. We'll go over the quality order here in a second after I'm done with this fight.
Too weak, too slow.
Because that is actually pretty important. kind of slipped my mind whenever I was making the first version of the guide. Okay, so quality order. The very first and most important thing to quality, I would probably have to say, is going to be Lightning Rod, because it will boost the Lightning Rod's base burst radius from 2 meters up to 2.4. And then that's being, boosted, right? Like the 2.4 is the base, and then we're doing magnified effect for 40% more than that. And then on top of that, we have a passive tree, the catapult, and everything leading up to it. I think this is what 31% more area of effect. All of it comes together to make the lightning rods have a very large burst radius, and the reason that's really important, there's two reasons. One, it improves AoE clear a lot, but also against bosses, especially ones with smaller hitboxes, it makes it easier for us to get all 20 lightning rods actually hitting the boss whenever the area of effect is large enough. And that's especially true whenever the boss has a small hitbox, which some of them do. You'll notice like your DPS is way worse against small hitbox bosses compared to big ones because it's harder to get all 20 rods on them. So I think area of effect, super important, probably the most important. The second thing that you'll quality it's a toss-up. If you want better AoE clear, then you would quality Herald of Thunder. This qualitying Herald of Thunder takes it from 3 attacks up to 5, which is just like a lot more lightning bolts per proc. It basically gives this aura like 66% more value than it has otherwise. It's a really big difference whenever you're clearing AoE. If you want better bossing DPS though, then you should quality the Cast on Shock and quality the Ball Lightning. Both will improve the bossing DPS of the build by quite a lot. Following that would be Lightning Arrow, of course, right after all of that. Actually, it's still a toss-up. You might not want to do Lightning Arrow. You might want to do Voltaic instead. If you want even more bossing DPS, do Voltaic. If you want the more neutral option, do Lightning Arrow. And then last would be Orb of Storms, Electrocuting Arrow. Wind Dancer at some point too is really good to quality, but like it's not priority. And also that's assuming you even have Wind Dancer equipped, because that's extra spirit that the build might not have yet. What bow do I use? I just have a dual string that I crafted a long time ago. I haven't upgraded in a really long time. My bow low-key sucks. I need to upgrade it. But it's gotten me this far, and I just haven't bothered changing it. Every time I have money, I put it towards something else.
Barely broken sweat.
My passive tree is different from Mobilytics? I don't think it is. There's only one thing that's different from Mobilytics, and that's the fact that I have Acrobat. Otherwise, it should be the exact same as what's on Mobilytic. I'm also only level 94, so the Mobilytic actually has 2 more points spent than I do. I updated the Mobilytics last night to make sure it reflected what I'm currently doing. Yeah, I'm looking at it right now. It's... Yep. Yep. Looks right. Next step is like 50, 70 dib. Was about to start my 4th trial as a chaos now. Best of luck. I didn't do Trials of Chaos too much. Also, I forgot to say thanks for the resub, Superman. How you doing tonight? Nice to see you. Have you been playing any Path of Exile? I feel like Path of Exile is your kind of thing.
Move quickly.
Take this! I think I'm starting to get the hang of this place.
That was an impressive display.
Now this will come in handy.
Div is not difficulty. No, div is the currency. Off work. Still doing work stuff. Adding this to my time card. Based. Projectile speed or increased damage with bow. They're basically the same. They're both in the same additive bucket together. Once you have the passive that turns projectile speed into damage, kind of the same. I guess technically you could say projectile speed is better, but also kind of not. Kind of doesn't matter, right? Like projectile speed's kind of a meme stat a little bit in its own right. It's only really taken because it gives damage once you have the passive.
I shall
Pretty
aid
much
you.
whichever one you can get.
Onward.
We can talk about that a little bit, because I'm actually going to put that in the next video. How many hours have you got on Helldivers 2? Not as many as you would think, because I have to spend so much time doing YouTube. I think I have like over 1,000 hours, but not too much more than that, to be honest with you. Yeah, let's talk about jewels, because I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna talk about this in the next video in like 4 days or so, 3 days or so. So you absolutely 100% want to have 2 jewels with increased bonus gain from equipped quiver. It doesn't really matter if it's more than 10%. Like if it's more than 10%, great, it's more damage. But the important thing is you just have 2 jewels that add up to more than 20% quality, or not quality, 20% quiver, equipped quiver bonus, quiver effect. We'll call it quiver effect. The reason you want more than 20% is pretty simple. It's because whenever we get these nodes, we're left with 80% quiver effect. If we get another 20% from our jewels, then you'll see that, right? I gain a level in lightning arrow and all, like you gain a level in all of your projectile skills whenever you hit that threshold, when you hit 100%. Because our quiver has 2 levels of projectile skills, so once we hit 100%, it's giving us 4 levels of projectile skills. It's a really big spike in DPS to have 20% quiver effect, making it by far the best to get up till that threshold. And then if you could somehow get another 50% quiver effect, that would also be another big spike. But I don't think that's going to be realistic or worth it, because we don't have that many jewel slots even in the build, unless you were getting like max quiver effect jewels. Probably you'd have to get 70%, so that would be what, 2 3. Yeah, you could do it. You would need quiver effect 15% or like somewhere around there on like 5 jewels. That's really expensive. I wouldn't do that. I'm not going to do that. That's for sure. You can do that if you want, but I'm not doing that. So on the rest of the jewels, I'm running. This is like your own decision, really. But I'm running evasion plus a damage roll. It doesn't really matter which one it is. Lightning damage, attack damage, damage with bows, projectile speed, projectile damage, whatever. Doesn't matter. Just as long as it's a damage roll. And then I'm running 20% evasion alongside that on my jewels, but that's because I'm also running acrobat. You'll just want to get your evasion up to where you're comfortable, whatever that might be. I can't really tell you what that is, right? Everyone's going to have a different preference. But 20% evasion rolls are what I like, alongside a damage roll for my prefixes. And besides that, oh, this one's okay. Never mind. That's the quiver effect one. Besides the quiver effect plus damage or quiver effect plus evasion, and then the damage plus evasion or just damage plus damage rolls for your suffixes, you want crit or you want attack speed, but the pool is super trash. Like the suffix pool for duels is so fucking bad that it is super unrealistic that you will be able to get jewels that are like attack speed, crit chance, attack damage, damage with bows. Like getting a jewel like that is like getting an Exodia jewel. That shit is going to be so many divs. That's what you want. That's not reality though. Just shoot for one or the other on your jewels at best. Like this one's a really good example. You know, it's got a decent attack damage roll, it's got a decent damage with bow roll, and then it's got attack speed as one of the suffixes, and the other suffix is a throwaway. We're happy with this. This is great, right? This is the comfort zone for jewels. All right, that's my rant on jewels. Why do you sell the run with only 40x while others do it for 1 div and 2 div? Because those people are ripping people off and I just sell on the trove. There is a bow that increases quiver effect, but it also has no actual base stats, really. There are some triple stacking gemling builds that use that bow, but I don't think it's appropriate for this one. Didn't I get mirrored really early on, and it just hasn't happened yet?
Take this!
If I end and save the trial, can I remove the thing out of the podium?
Out of mana.
If you're talking about Trial of Chaos, I don't know, because I have never done the 4th Trial of Chaos. I've never fought the Trial Master. It's something I haven't done since I chose to progress through Trial of Sekhma Balls.
Don't mind if I do.
Someone here might know.
That was close.
No, the Sekhmas. Save the trial. Can I remove the thing out of the podium? No, you can't. You can't remove it. But if you come back, you should be able to just resume it. I don't know if it'll still be there if you log out, but I know that I can leave, go to my hideout, come back, and re-enter. There's no issue. Hey, Irvin, thank you for the guide. Still grinding for the Thief's Ring? Right on. What gems do you have on your Eye of Winter? Yeah, Eye of Winter, I guess, is also a new edition, but it's only used for Pinnacles. My Eye of Winter just has Unleash and Wild Shards. And I've taken the Unleash off of Orb of Storms and replaced it with Arcane Tempo so that I can still quickly throw down 2 of them. And then I have the Unleash on the Orb instead.
Greetings.
Oh, that's fun.
Always on the choice. May that serve you.
An easy trophy.
Magnificent.
Love it if the mark had a spread function.
A moment.
Yeah.
Respite.
I've thought about trying to figure out a way to get an auto cast happening with the mark, but it just doesn't. No matter how I look at it, it's not worth bothering. Because you don't need it for mobbing, you just need it for bossing. If there was one thing I wish I had. Oh yeah, that's actually like another thing worth mentioning. If you don't get damage on your jewel suffixes, another like decent little suffix to have, just because attack speed and crit are pretty hard to come by and or more expensive. You know, just mark duration is a nice comfy little extra to have on a jewel. Certainly not as helpful as more attack speed or having more critical hit chance, but I mean, it's definitely not nearly as expensive for your jewel slot either. And still doing something relevant.
Impressive endurance.
Death Heart Bow would be good for your build? I don't think so, no. I think I know the one you're talking about. Pretty sure no. I don't care about the merchant at this point.
Take this!
A moment of respite. Relish your mortality, Thee. Beware the scorpion's sting. This was the end of the trial in my time. But I sense another being resides here. Perhaps you can challenge them, if you can find them. You will succeed.
Plus 20% magnitude of shock being done with vowels. That's sad. The 4 arrows per shot bow. This build doesn't really benefit that much from getting more arrows past 5. Once you're at 5, you're chilling. 5 means you can cast a full set of lightning arrows, or a full set of lightning rods in 4 casts. Whereas if you fire 4 arrows, that means you need to cast 5 times to max it. But if I go to 6 arrows, I'm still going to have to cast 4 times to maximize the amount of lightning rods on the ground.
We will succeed.
I mean, I don't really care about Sacred Water at this point. I have the Hare's Foot, and I have
Charged arrow.
bonus damage. Nothing really matters past that. Vial would be cool, I guess. If he really cares at this point.
Too weak, too slow.
The ritual has been disrupted. A moment of respite. Impressive endurance.
The map is revealed. Cool, I guess.
Storm point.
The ritual has been disrupted. I shall aid you. Always may that serve you. Impressive endurance.
Yeah, I prefer to just sell these at 40x each, like everybody else on the Trove. If there are people actually selling this run for like a div, 2 divs, they are ripping people off pretty hard. Has some straight up skamazing going on.
Charged arrow. Quick and lethal.
Swift
Now this will come in
magnificence.
handy.
What is selling a run? So, the way I do it, there's a Discord called the Trove, Forbidden Trove. They have a section to sell in-game services within Path of Exile for in-game currency. One of the things that people buy on there pretty frequently is Fourth Ascendancy carry, or boss carries, right? Also in the past in PoE 1, people would like buy carries through the campaign, the entire campaign, stuff like that. So whenever we get to the end, I just pop on there real quick. A couple people join in, they get their Fourth Ascendancy, I make some money, everyone's happy.
endurance.
Now, do I personally think that someone using Exalt to bypass mechanics of the game to like make their character stronger and not have to do it themselves is like a little bit dishonest towards the spirit of the game? Sure, but I won't judge. Leveling service reminds me of old D2 days. Died on the last boss. That's sad. Average spam in the trade chat, 1 to 2 different ascendancy run. Yeah, that is grief. That is scammy as hell. That's insane that people probably actually still get cells like that too. We used to trade a specific quest reward for leveling service. Yeah, it's pretty much just like old school people buying carries for things through in-game currency, right?
Democratic soldier for the cause.
Well, I'll die at least once a floor. Ran my 4th, as I said, on stage 9. I got bombarded by 200 ICBMs of Mega Lol. Damn. I hate it when I get bombarded by ICBMs. It's unlucky. Next time, next time.
I'm unsure what I've gotten myself into here.
I think I actually undersold it. Shafar, I was like selling this run to some folks. Plan.
This battle
Yeah, the
is
bosses
ours.
gain more health whenever you invite people.
Your defeat has been predestined.
This boss gets more health
It
and he
is
speeds
written
up his
in
one-shot
the
mechanic,
sands.
otherwise I would carry more than 2 at a time.
You won't get the better of me, Jin. Take this!
This only ends one way. Your fate binds you. The sands of time wait for no one. You may have delayed your destiny. There can be no escape. You are not in control.
I need more mana.
This only ends one way. Your fate binds you.
I don't have enough mana.
These sands of time wait for no one. You possess a modicum of skill. Were it only enough. This only ends one way. Who are you to overthrow your fate?
Now this will come in handy.
Oops. That was nice of them. I only asked for 30. Like, doing this to fry the boss real quick for content. That was nice of them, though. Gave me 40. I got 2 time loss boxes, though. That's pretty hype. This could be worth some money. Doesn't look like I really got very many good boxes, though. Yeah, I got a Prime Silver. It's a good one. Prime Silver, Relic, Ages, Royal. Nice. Garbage, 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 garbage. Oh, there's another Royal. Probably just do a couple relic boxes. Got a lot of keys this run, but I've got nothing to spend them on. All these boxes are bad. Moba said you should craft as often as possible in the dual string bows. Do you have a recommended process for that? The process I've been using to try and craft them, and you'll notice based on this this tab's name, I haven't been successful, is typically my start is if I have a blank dual string, then I will go ahead and throw and then you can tell that this process isn't doing super well for me based on what this tab is called, but basically I'll use an essence of electricity to give it lightning damage, and okay, that's actually a pretty good one, and I just start from there. Like, I give it lightning damage, and then, we just kind of slam-a-jamma it up. Okay, well, like, that's actually pretty good. At this point, if you wanted to spend a lot of money and be really disappointed, you would use a greater essence at this point, and then the greater essence would give you something shit anyway. So typically I'll just slam it, and yeah, now it's bricked basically because we didn't roll physical. So now that it's bricked, it goes into the 600 DPS bow cope box, and yeah, that's it. That's the end of its journey. Whenever I get 3 of them like that, I slam them all together with the Reforger, and I start again. This one is potentially not complete trash if it rolls a prefix. Okay, yeah, this one's not trash. Need a good prefix. Bad prefix. All right, on to the trash pile it goes. Yeah, you pretty much just keep doing that. Life is full of disappointments. And crafting in Path of Exile 2 is just another one of them. I'm not going to bother opening the rest. It would just be like relics, basically. Relics and garbage. I want to go back to mapping. We were just doing that to blast him because I thought it would be fun for content, and it was. Time lost jewels are weird. You socket them in and they give you stats based on the notables and miners around where you socket them. See if I have one like laying around in one of these boxes. This one, yeah. Like this time lost emerald will give you an extra 1% increased accuracy for every small passive in the radius. Mana recovery from flask, which is trash. Small passive, 2% mana leech. Notable, 5% increased magnitude of poison. So like I would never want to use this, but just to show you what they do. And these are really hard to search for, by the way, on the trade site. But yeah, see like everything in that area, everything in this circle would be affected. And buffed up by this. And it's really just a matter of having a section of your passive tree that has enough of a cluster of things going on within that radius that you can actually get more value than a standard jewel would give you. So open crafting would be different from PoE 2, and it is it's just worse. It's like way worse than PoE 1. Not wrong. Was the belt the headhunter? What belt? I think you just saw wrong. Pretty sure you just saw my tapestry relic. Yeah, my hopes up there for a second. I'm pretty sure I just banked a tapestry relic. Crazy peeps. Light. What in the Kamehameha are you doing? This is my build. Specifically, this is what I'm doing. Yeah, time lost is like something that I'm not even thinking about right now as far as optimization. Basically, if I took the time to figure out exactly how to use a time lost jewel in our current arrangement in the build guide, and I was like, yeah, if you use this time lost, it's like a really big damage increase, I would be completely talking out of my ass because I'm never going to have that jewel myself, so telling other people they should get it is like pretty disingenuous at that point. It's like, oh yeah, you know, you can get this. It's like, no, you can't. What's the point in telling people something that's optimal that's also unachievable? That doesn't actually help anybody. Alright, back to maps. That was fun, though. I like doing those. That's like... I enjoy doing that because it's like a really consistent currency farm that I don't need to worry about selling things. Any trials under 4 trials, or is it a waste of time? I just run 4 trial and then bring a couple people in for some exalts. Make some money that way. Breachstone map. One-time use only. Completing a map closes it forever. Yes, when you've completed a map node, it's gone forever. You can never repeat it. And the Atlas expands out infinitely. Except whenever this happens and it pisses you off. Like, look at this. What is this shit? I got dead-ended last night. I was sad. Like, this shouldn't be able to happen. It just sucks. There's no way to go any further this direction. Infinite Atlas, my ass. About a second. This time I won't take the ICBM debuff. Yeah, you gotta be careful with the Trial of Chaos debuffs. That shit's scary. There's so many bad ones. Do I just have a normal one in my inventory? Nope. Okay. I have a Delirium map. So I want to do, like... do Fortress. Fortress isn't bad for breaches. I had to backtrack more often than not. Yeah, that shit sucks. They need to fix that. You shouldn't have to do backtracking in an Atlas where you can barely see where you're going to begin with. Cosmetic cape is that? I believe it's $60 pre-order cape. Or the $60 supporter pack cape.
Don't mind if I do.
Yeah, anyway, when it comes to Trials of Sekhmet, Trials of Chaos, they're really good ways to make currency and don't require you to build up a rare find set. Because the majority of everything that you're getting from the run is like a guaranteed drop at the end where you're just hoping that he rolls the relic that's worth money whenever it comes to Trial of Sekhmet, and you're otherwise just getting duels through the royal chest the whole time. Then at the end, you can sell the run to some other players that want to skip the 4th Ascendancy and just like spend a bit of currency to skip it. So it's very consistent income. And then whenever it comes to the Trial of Chaos, you can also spam Trial of Chaos if you want. Make some money that way if you prefer that. Where you're basically just getting some guaranteed currency drops from the boss at the end. Or not from the boss, from hitting the statue at the end. And that is also a really good way to make some money without investing in a rare find set. What I'm doing right now, very inefficient in the current metagame of Path of Exile 2. I can't be bothered to build a rare find set that's just going to be nerfed the second that GGG comes back from holiday. So I'm basically just doing this for fun, because it is fun. And I do still make some currency, but I'm not making crazy currency like people that are stacking 500 rare find are. Yeah, the majority of my account's value right now has just come from running the 4th Trial of Sekhmet and then bringing people in for some cash. Made it to Cruel Difficulty. Nice. Any tips on getting more shock procs? I followed your guide, just don't seem to get as much Herald or Ball Lightning as what I'm seeing from you or others. No, I'm not using Herald of Ice. I don't like going for hybrid damage. I don't really see the point. You can just make them all dead and get proliferate kills with Herald of Thunder just by sticking to lightning damage. Whenever it comes to better shock chance, and yeah, whenever it comes to better shock chance, it's really just like get more points into the passive tree, get more damage, and it'll just come with time. It comes all at once too. Like once you start getting the procs, it'll just be like, yeah, now I'm getting the procs. It's an all or nothing kind of scenario, because the reason behind it is we're trying to get shock procs off of each individual lightning rod, and each of these individual lightning rods doesn't actually do that much damage compared to like an actual singular hit, which means comparatively these little lightning rods have a much lower proc chance for a shock. But then there's like 5 of them, right? Chances are good we get 1 shock, chances are good we get 2 shocks. But whenever we scale up our damage, scale up our shock chance enough, we just start getting shock procs from all 5 on every target that gets hit by it, and it just starts snowballing in a really crazy way. Same goes for like the Herald of Thunder proccing shocks as well on nearby targets, which proliferates and gets you more ball lightnings firing out. And a lot of that comes mostly in endgame. Once you're like really stacked, is you'll start seeing it fire ball lightnings randomly at mobs. It also has to do with mob density as well, but like you can see I'm getting some procs, but I'm not getting that many against mobs. Just getting a few. It's mostly always going to be you get tons of procs against rares, you get tons of procs against bosses. And if you're not at the point where you're seeing that yet, you will be soon. You're just going to hit some kind of invisible threshold where suddenly all of your lightning rods are just procking.
That would only slow me down.
Lightning balls come into sight. It lags up to 6 FPS. What is your PC? More stable experience. I think my PC has the same processor as yours. Yeah, it does, I think. And then I'm just on a what is it? 4080 Super? Yeah. I'm on a 4080 Super. But I think my processor is the same as yours. I can never remember my processor. I should probably just like write it down on Twitch or something. You know, people have that like my system spec section. I should probably just do that at some point. Max pretty fast. Change the dance for Herald and it's a lot better. Yeah, I don't really see the point of going for Hell or Vice. Just doesn't seem like it makes any difference one way or the other, but it does hurt your survivability not having Wind Dancer. I think it's kind of excessive trying to also do cold on top of lightning. Whereas if you just stick with lightning, you still get the same effect in the long run and just more DPS. You're not freezing things, but also things are just instantly dying, so it doesn't matter that you're not freezing things. Don't need to freeze them if they're dead. Something you actually want to be frozen, then just hit it with an electrocuting arrow, and then it's dead still. It'll be dead within the 5 seconds caused by the electrocute. Where was I putting these? Am I putting it... I have to be putting it in, like, somewhere dumb, yeah. Trying to keep them out of my inventory. Alright, here we go. Streamer luck. Nope, dead. Reduced to atoms. I changed my quiver projectile speed and it's a lot better. Projectile speed. Like projectile speed over flat damage? Or do you mean like over projectile levels? I don't know what you switch to over what, per se. Wait. Oh, I should probably do that. Buddy that has a 4070, 4080, his frames is super affected by the resolution of his game. 4K kills his frames. That makes sense. Hey there, Nelith. I'm not playing on 4K, so that's probably the reason why it stays pretty stable for me.
In my sights. handy. I don't find enough mana.
Yeah, this is actually like another good example. Like my bow is not good compared to what you're going to see a lot of other streamers running similar builds. Like, I'm pretty sure my gear is far worse than theirs. But just as an example, I've seen a lot of builds where they recommend turning off cast on shock during mapping, and that seems so incredibly grief to me. I've tried doing that, and it just doesn't make any sense. So they have to have the most ridiculous gear sets to be able to do that and have it feel good.
I need more mana.
Here's my skill damage at the moment. Actually, we might need that. Let's see. We have like an 8 or 9. Got a 9. Cool. Which one of these is better to socket into here? Probably Breach. Looks like Breach. Oh, that was juicy. We like that. I like what I just saw. Oh, where'd my map go? Do I have any fun stuff left? These are kind of not great. Oh yeah. Watch out for doing maps with ailment threshold. This shit sucks. This really impacts the build performance. Trying to fight mobs that have ailment threshold 100% extra. I would say that feels real bad sometimes, depending on what you're shooting. I'm trying this build, don't have enough spirit to run cast on shock. Any suggestions? You should be able to... Well, if you're talking about like you have 100 spirit from finishing campaign and you can't run it, then I'd say probably like turn off Wind Dancer in exchange for it, and then you can get Wind Dancer back if you get a spirit amulet, but it's not like required. You don't need Wind Dancer unless you want to go for Acrobat later, in which case you want to get Wind Dancer back. If you just haven't finished the campaign yet, finish the campaign and get the rest of your spirit. Yeah, if I turn off my cast on shock, it is notably way worse. Like, if I change it for Herald of Ice, it is so much worse. So they have to have some crazy tooltip damage to be doing that and like frying the rares in one hit. Because a lot of my rare killing is dependent on a billion balls of lightning immediately firing at them. The instant I even look at them. And then I don't have to shoot anything else. I just fire an arrow and a lightning rod and there's a million balls of lightning going to finish them off. I'm running her build, 2k life, getting one shot a lot. That'll just kind of happen. Like, there are things that can just one-shot you with the 2k life. And it feels bad when it happens, but typically those things are just going to be things like puddles on the ground that explode, or things exploding on the floor. So they're technically things that can be avoided, but if you want to have to avoid them a hell of a lot less, then work on getting your evasion to a point where you're still sitting above like 70%, 72%, 75% evasion whenever you take acrobatics, and then switch to using acrobatics. And then you'll survive those puddles, you know, like 75% of the time. That would have otherwise killed you. I started running acrobatics once I got enough evasion that it was able to sit like that. Before that, though, it definitely just griefs your game. And it's a bad idea. And if you're at the point where you're doing spicy, maxed out breaches, probably want to look into getting enough evasion to get acrobatics, because it becomes just too much to keep track of. Up until the point where, and even after I got into acrobatics with enough evasion, like, I can still be one-shot pretty easy. It's random chance now if I get one-shot. It's about a 1 in 4 chance whenever I would have been one-shot to actually die in one hit. Another pretty nice thing to run, and this is like pretty cheap. These things are like 7x on the currency exchange, and basically when you would hit low life, you just jump back up to full. This will protect you from anything less than a one-shot. So I like to keep one of those in my inventory, because we don't typically go to low life. We typically just die, which means you can hang on to this for quite a while. And it's not gonna proc very frequently, but when it does, it probably saved your life. But again, like, if you just get one shot, it's not gonna save you.
Thunderous shot.
You know, sometimes you get hit with something that almost one-shots you, and then some kind of burn damage or something finishes you off, or the puddle on the ground finishes you. It'll protect you against that. Gonna make dinner, catch you later. Later. With a cold build, you don't need cast on shock, because you're not really even using rod, you're just spamming lightning arrow and freeze exploding. Here's the thing, though. I don't need to use lightning rod either. And I'll proliferate kill everything with Herald of Thunder. But you also won't kill rares like that unless you have crazy, and I do mean crazy tooltip, like crazy gear. And that's why I disagree with the Herald of Ice build. Because they're out of range for most people to actually get a better performance, or even a comparable performance to just sticking with lightning. Out of the allure of only having to press one button instead of two. Which is just silly. When your Atlas is tuned up, I mean, there's basically a rare on your screen half the time, if not more often. Oh yeah, no, I know the process behind the Herald of Ice. Like, I get it. I just don't think it's as good as just sticking to lightning. I think you have to overgear for it to be as good as just sticking to lightning. Out of the allure of pressing one button instead of two. Wasn't there... Did I run past a... No, the breach is up here. I don't underestimate the Herald. I do not underestimate the power of the double herald. The people making those videos have insane gear. The very moment I turn off my cast on shock, my mapping gets worse. Full stop. It just does. And my gear is pretty decent. So like advertising that to people is like it just doesn't make sense to me. Like if I was running heralds there, that guy does not die like that fast. 100% he doesn't. Does it even look like I'm using 2 skills? I feel like it just looks like I'm using 1. My attack speed's so high, it's like a singular frame. I'm using 1. I just kind of can't understand wanting to have to spend like another 100 divs on a build just so you don't have to right click, left click, instead just left click. And then have a worse performance against bosses and rares while you're mapping. It's not a matter of whether you're able to clear pretty well or not, though. That's not what we're talking about. I'm saying it will make you worse than just doing this. Like, why not just do this? What is the appeal outside of only having to lightning arrow instead of rod lightning arrow? For like less damage. It's a higher gear requirement to do the same thing, but with 1 less keystroke. No, the modifiers you like in the Trial of Chaos apply to the Trial Master fight after you open the door. I actually don't know the answer to that. I haven't fought him. I did Trials of Sekhmet for my 4th Ascendancy, and then I never did the Trials of Chaos 4th Ascendancy boss. Switched, though, this build, and I lost instantly 3x... What? Stop getting one-shotted is switching to Energy Shield and Grim Feast. Best way to get more spirit? What do you recommend for jewels? We talked about jewels a little bit earlier in the stream. I'm going to be talking about it in an update video for the build once I get that situated. I'll go over it again here in a bit because it's kind of a lot of information. I guess I'll just take a bow. Fuck it. You switch to this build and almost 3x your damage from the Herald of Ice build. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
That's quite nice.
Okay, any tips on getting more spirit, right? Amulet. If you want to be able to have 4 stuff equipped, then like 2 auras, amulet basically. Work it into your amulet stats. Yep, no problem. Sorry. trying to keep up. 14k DPS, now 29k unbuffed, 32k buffed. That's already convincing for me. Yeah, I mean, try it out yourself. See what you think. That's just like, you know, my take, my opinion. I can be wrong. I'm certainly not like the best or most experienced by far Path of Exile player. I'm just a dude that made a build that I thought was pretty good. Put it on the internet and objectively think it's better than most other options. And to be fair, I'm pretty sure the Herald of Ice builds were made by people way more experienced with Path of Exile than me. But I think there is a non-zero chance that they might be overthinking it a bit with the amount of combos they're going for. And just kind of like missing the simplicity of just being lightning and lightning accessories.
Go on.
I guess in that way, it's not all that simple, though. Like, we actually have a rotation with this setup. Use abilities in a specific order to get the effect that we want against bosses and things. Meanwhile, like, the other option is just lightning arrow, I guess. I can see the appeal of that. It is, like, simpler to execute. It's just way more expensive to get that same power that you could get by just, you know, playing a rotation. Also, this is like kind of a take, but with the way Path of Exile 2 is meant to be and what they wanted to be as far as design philosophy, they want this to not be a one-button game or a zero-button game, especially where people just like do autocast builds. They already gutted that, right? Like, well, they tried to gut that. They're fighting against those kind of things. They're actively going to be fighting against builds that cut down as much gameplay as possible. They want Path of Exile 2 to be a combo-based game where you're using multiple skills, you're using a rotation, you're using things in a smart way, actively, not just passively. So I think whenever you put your eggs into a basket for a build in this game, that involves lowering the amount of necessary gameplay, you are, in a way, kind of setting yourself up to be hit with a nerf bat whenever they come back from vacation, right? Like, the less gameplay your build has, the more likely you're going to get hit with a nerf bat. Ice Strike Monk looks pretty solid. Ice Mike, yeah, I think Ice Strike Monk is, like, probably one of the most powerful builds in the game right now, right? Or like one of. Yeah, Thief's Torment Ring fixes the mana problem. Surge Fierce. Until you get Thief's Torment, all you can really do is fight against the mana problem, but you can never solve it. And it'll only really show up on Pinnacle fights if you're mitigating it well with things like Clarity and putting, what is it called? Inspiration on your Ball Lightning. Not your Ball Lightning, your Cast on Shock, but still on the Ball Lightning. You know what I mean? And then you have like a flask like mine. This helped me out quite a bit before I had Thief's Torment, having a extra recovery when on low mana flask that just gains charges passively, helps out for Pinnacle bossing before you have it. Gives ranged a tiny tap on the wrist. That's true. Using double herald now, I'm doing okay. My tooltip damage is pretty damn low. I don't have crazy gear or any of the other uniques. I feel like they're doing it to be diverse and able to switch out one or the other is nerfed. Maybe? I could buy the Torment Ring, but Laud, would I lose a ton of health and resistance? Yeah, don't switch to Torment at the expense of resistances. You have to be able to get your elemental resistances capped out with Thief's Torment equipped. Otherwise, I would not advise it. It gets progressively more expensive, you know, like every unique you throw into a build, it gets more expensive to get enough resistances without it. But you can also see that I don't value chaos resistance that high in PoE2. I don't think it's that important. Hot take, but I don't think chaos resistance is like actually that valuable in PoE2. It's way more valuable in PoE1 when you had like heat-seeking like goo missiles that would fly in from off screen and drop a puddle under you that one-shot you. Like, that shit was so incredibly toxic. They've really dialed back the amount of unfiltered bullshit chaos damage in PoE2. So I really don't think that you need to cap this. It's nice if you can, but you also don't need to. Tier 5, fire 24, light 40, gold 15, resist. Oof. Yeah, you gotta get those up. You gotta get to 75 all res, all elemental res. ASAP. Look for people selling some like decent belts with like double res, triple res with max life. Hats with max life, double res, triple res. And also chest piece. Triple res, double res, kinda with max life. It's great if you can get a really good evasion chest. It's great if you can get a really good evasion hood. But they're not as important as just maxing out the resistances. And you can do that for pretty cheap. Especially nowadays. Gear is getting really cheap. Decent gear is getting super cheap. Great gear is getting more expensive. I think I already opened the map. Yes, okay.
Take this!
Solo self-found is... Oh, okay, you're playing solo self-found. Got it. Yeah, no, that is so tough, actually. I don't think I could ever do that. I like playing with markets. What's my bow like? I think someone asked that. My bow's really mediocre. I crafted this like over a week ago now. I think I was actually level 78 whenever I made this. Which Infernalist Minion Master will be nerfed? They already nerfed it once. I don't know if they'll nerf it again so soon. Mana issue, we talked about that. I'm just assuming everything will get the nerf bat. Maybe. I don't know how nerf happy they're gonna get. I think they're like, as far as what the pecking order is, what is the line of things that are going to be nerfed? The things that are going to be nerfed,
Fury!
I mean, rarity. Like, first and foremost, rarity is getting nerfed. We all know that, I'm sure. But as far as like actual builds, I would say the things that, like I said, the things that reduce gameplay the most. If it's an autocaster build that still functions, it's going to get gutted. If it's a build that can press one button and delete the screen, it's going to get nerfed.
Too slow. What luck.
Because they want Path of Exile 2 to have a distinctly different feel
Another
than
democratic
Path of
soldier
Exile
for the
1.
cause.
They want you to actually have to use multiple abilities and combo things together. They don't want builds that are just deleting the game in one button. Howdy, everyone. Thank you for making this guide and build with this ball lightning. I've been enjoying it so much.
You are super equal.
Yo, Lesku and Spicy Noodles. And I am walking in fire. And, Toxishazardus and Denwer. Holy shit, thank you guys all for the follows. And thank you for the sub. Noodles. Glad you're liking the build. There will never be a patch where melee is nerfed. Yeah, probably not. I don't think so. Probably more buffs, honestly. Block already got a pretty massive buff. Being omnidirectional.
Wondrous shot.
Yeah, like I was saying, this build does also still get to the point where if you have enough damage, you can just start lightning arrowing things, and you'll proliferate the Herald of Thunder through the whole pack, and it will just die. Unless it's something bigger than a trash mob. So, you can still do that with this build. Just, you know. Out of habit, I don't do that, because if there is something bigger than a normal mob in there, it's going to survive if I just fire a lightning arrow. So I just always go 1-2. Well, Jules rip for this build. Oh yeah, we were going to talk about Jules. Okay, so the Jules that you want... Oh, is this multiple breaches? No, it isn't. Okay. All right, let's look at Jules again. I did this a little bit earlier in the stream, but we'll just talk about it a little bit quicker this time. The breakpoint you really, really want is you want 20% total quiver effect from your Jules. Like increased bonuses gained from equipped quiver. Because that stacks additively with these nodes. So we have 80% from this, right? But then if you get 20% total between two Jules, you can't get it in one because it caps at 15%. You'll have to get it in minimum two. And I really suggest not stressing yourself about getting a 15% one or like a high percent quiver effect, because these things are so overpriced on the trade right now. Like, these are really expensive. So don't stress yourself about getting more than 10% on each jewel. Otherwise, you're going to pay a lot more money than you need to just for a little bit of extra damage. The breakpoint is 20%, and you can see what I'm talking about here. I lose a projectile level because my quiver effect drops from 100%. We're only getting 3 levels instead of 4. And you can see I lose like 10% of my total tooltip damage whenever I take this one jewel off. And that's just mostly the value of hitting that quiver breakpoint. So 2 jewels need to hit the quiver breakpoint. As far as the other prefix on the jewel, it's up to you. You can do any kind of damage. They're all additive with each other. So like projectile damage, bow damage. I don't even think it's called bow damage. Don't quote me on what exactly they are, but you know what I'm talking about. Projectile speed, because it gets translated into damage for us. Elemental damage, lightning damage, any of that. They're all additive with each other. So just a high roll of any of that paired up with the quiver effect. Or if you want to start stacking more evasion so that you can start using acrobatics and not feel like you're griefing yourself for doing it, then you can try to get some evasion plus quiver effects. But whenever I was shopping for those, they were more expensive than just pairing it with damage. So I decided to pair it with damage. Whenever it comes to your suffixes, attack speed and crit are the ideal ones, but it is a pool of trash. There are so many bad suffixes in this game. It is incredibly hard to find bis jewels that are actually going to read like attack damage, damage with bows, attack speed, crit damage, or crit attack or crit chance, right? Super duper hard to find a jewel like that. Basically Exodia jewels. They cost tons of divs. So although that's bis, that's not realistic. This is probably what you're looking at on screen now, like your best case scenario, where you get like a decent damage roll for both your prefixes, and then you get like attack speed or you get crit in one of your suffix slots. That's great. We're happy with this. This is our comfort zone. And that's for the rest of the jewels besides the quiver effect. Now, again, like I was saying earlier, if you want to start stacking evasion to run acrobatics and have it not feel like shit, then you want jewels that look like this. So ignoring the fact that it's corrupted, which someone sold this for pretty cheap after corrupting it, even though it was actually a pretty good jewel. This is basically projectile speed 5%, lightning damage 11%. You can basically read this like I have 16% damage on this, and I have crit hit chance as one of my suffixes. We love that. And then I've got 20% evasion. So you can run a damage line plus evasion in your prefixes, and you'll be pretty happy about that too. So it's up to personal preference. It depends on the rest of your gear and your stats, what you're trying to accomplish. But generally, damage plus evasion, damage plus damage, quiver effect plus damage, and then for the suffixes, crit, or attack speed, or if you've got a God Jewel, it'll be attack speed plus crit. That's it.
Fury! An easy trophy.
No. Increased damage against rares uniques. Feels kind of niche. It wouldn't be your overall damage increase against rares uniques compared to just normal enemies wouldn't really be that high because we're stacking so many modifiers in that same bucket that it ends up not being that much more damage against specifically rare unique. In my opinion, you're probably better off just doing damage against everything, like more damage against everything. But you could also just do that too, yeah. I don't see why you couldn't. If you don't need the damage for normal enemies, which, I mean, none of us do, logically, you could just do that too. Yeah, that one deserves to be included in the pool for sure. This burning ground is like soloing me right now as I try to pick up my shitty catalysts and splinters. Toxic. We didn't get a second breach, right? I'm not imagining things. I didn't run by one or something without thinking. Alright, my flask is empty. Fuck this map. I'm out of here. You guys want to see a Breachstone for content and no other reason? They're not very good to farm. The odds of you getting, like, the only good item in his pool is the gloves. And, like, what are the odds I'm going to get a third glove, right? Like, that's not going to happen. I've just been selling them since I finished the tree. But if you guys want me to, I can do one for content. Go slam the Breach Lord. A flask of fucks have runneth dry. True. Console sucks ass for keeping track of drops. I think it kills me the most out of anything because of my loot goblin mentality. Hey, isn't there a thing right now where you can't really use filters on console yet? Or you can't edit filters yet or something? We'll just do it for content. Where is my useless box? Hold that for me. Yeah, I'm using a loot filter.
Charged arrow. An easy trophy. What luck?
We that dreamed. We in nightmare. We that are one. Shade of thought and motion.
Take this!
The abyss knocks once and is on. We control. They dance. Hear the grey winds within our grasp.
Pretty sure this thing's worthless. It looks worthless. Running downwards in a map's like playing with disadvantage. Yep. Your FPS is dropping even watching this on stream. I mean, it was like a little bit shaky for me. I almost feel like I'm actually losing a bit of DPS just because of like frame drops, or maybe the game just isn't even able to keep up with the amount of shit that's supposed to be happening. Because I felt like he didn't even really die as fast as I was expecting him to. Not sure why that was. I mean, I guess because he's max difficulty, but still. Felt like he would die quicker. Delirium mirror. Your shit turns into RuneScape during breaches.
Don't mind if I do.
You are greater than a god, untouchable.
quite nice.
Breach is such a fun mechanic, dude. It's like the only fun League mechanic that made it into the game. At least for now. They butchered Delirium compared to what it was. Just so much less interesting. Which is sad. I used to love Delirium. It's my favorite mechanic. Can you share your filter? My filter is actually downloadable from my Discord. If you grab the Path of Exile 2, so if you join my Discord, it's in the About Me section on Twitch. You can also do command. If you go to my Discord, you can find my filter under the Path of Exile. It's like PoE library. Great PoE library is the name of the thread. I posted it there for anyone to download that wants to use it. You just have to finish reading the rules and click the check mark like, yes, I read the rules. And then you go to the role assignment section, grab the Path of Exile 2 role, which is a syringe. You just react with a syringe. This game's like crack cocaine.
Take this.
Or meth. And that'll give you the role you need to see the channel.
Barely broke a sweat. No mana.
Our loot drop table is known. Not to my knowledge. Not like known like we know the percent drop rate of things. If it is, I haven't heard about it or seen it yet, which is totally possible. I haven't looked into it, so probably not the right person to ask. Don't you guys love it whenever you finish doing Delirium and it gets bugged, so you click the arrows to end Delirium and you don't get your rewards? My ring, I'm using Thief's Torment. Because it's the only mana battery strong enough on this planet to sustain this build. And even then, sometimes it's not enough. I like to ask you. Fair enough. Yeah, when it comes to Lightning Arrow, Deadeye, I could write you a dissertation on it. Whenever it comes to the overall ecosystem and mechanics of Path of Exile, I'm gonna be a little bit spotty. I know plenty, but definitely not as much as most creators, I imagine. Okay. Is minding your business, trying to loot. Paradune Plaguebringers walk up, start trying to blow you up from off screen. Very rude. No, we can't use Mana Leech. All of our physical just becomes lightning. Oh yeah, I forgot to change that back. I know we were talking about it earlier, like Heft, how strong Heft is, etc. Whenever you fight Pinnacle bosses, if you're planning to hug their ass the entire fight anyways, I've been meaning to do this all day, but I kind of forgot about it till now. You might as well just like carry close combat in your bow shot, and then if you're gonna fight a Pinnacle boss, just go ahead and switch those two. Because close combat's gonna add more damage than Heft if you're just hugging their asshole the entire fight. But then for general use, you might as well have Heft instead of close combat. Listed on your lightning arrow is like 4x mine. Your bow's not a crazy amount better. Must be your quiver gloves and gems. The Howa gloves do add a lot of DPS primarily through attack speed. So it's kind of the only time you'll see Howa damage come into play is like spicy breaches on maps and Pinnacle bossing. Which is why they're not even like in my guide pretty much, just because they're very excess. They add a lot of cost to the build, but they add little in the way of actual value outside of Pinnacle bossing. Because you just absolutely own everybody without them, basically. But yeah, they add a lot of damage. My quiver, it's very okay. It's very okay. I think it's... Yeah, like the physical roll is a T8, the lightning roll is a T9. Those are nice. Damage with bow skills is pretty low. Got the 2 projectile levels, and then the other 2 suffixes are a wash, basically. 10 dex is not a good line. My quiver's okay.
Storming arrow.
Greetings from Brazil. Your build is awesome, adding chance to shock. Makes the build such a damage build. The chance to shock is a big part of it. It goes hand in hand. The more damage you deal, the higher your shock chance. The higher your shock chance, the higher your shock chance, and they go hand in hand with each other. You're trying to deal enough damage to hit the quota for the enemy you're attacking, where they have an ailment threshold, and the ailment threshold is based on how much health they have. I think. Pretty much primarily, I know that's what it's derived from. The ailment threshold's what you're trying to hit with a combination of damage and shock chance. And in a perfect world, you get as close to 100% rate as possible against literally everything. And the closer you are to that reality, the more ball lightnings you see thrown at bosses. The more ball lightnings you see thrown in general. And the more proliferating Herald of Thunder explosions you see that just like cascade through groups of mobs and kill everything without any effort. Like this. Pew, pew, pew. Yeah. Good example. What's this Discord called where I can join people's Ascendancy runs? That's the Trove. The Forbidden Trove. Should be able to Google it. It'll come up. Well, that's specifically for like buying and selling Ascendancy runs for in-game currency. I don't know if that's what you meant. No problem. Think we're done. At what level can I upgrade Ascension after the fourth? Fourth Ascendancy is the last Ascendancy. After the fourth skill point. Okay, that... little tough to answer off the handle. I think I remember it being like level 65 was the level of the coins that had 3 floors for Trial of Sekhmet. I haven't had them for a while, but I think it was 65. Saw a build with cast on shock and cast on crit. Any possibility in using the 2 passives on your build? You could potentially, but it would require so much spirit because you really don't want to give up Herald of Thunder. You could be convinced to give up Wind Dancer. At that point, you need to have 150 spirit, which to be fair is only 2 more than mine. If you gave up Wind Dancer, you could do 2 cast-ons plus Herald. I don't see why you couldn't. Where do you get those coins? They mostly drop in desert maps. Like, once you start doing maps of a level that's appropriate for them to drop, you mostly see them drop in, like, Act 2 inspired maps. There's also a node in your atlas for it as well that, like, doubles down on this. This one right here. Desert biomes have a 40% increased chance to drop barriers and inscribed ultimatums. But they can drop from any map with an appropriate level to drop them. People will also practically give the damn things away, I imagine. They're not really worth anything anymore. What is going on? Okay. You can just walk around Thanos snapping things. Might have messed up. Didn't mess up.
Fury.
I mean, I feel like we kind of won. We killed like everything you could possibly have
I
killed.
need more mana. Don't mind if I do.
There might have been a little bit left up ahead. Recommend Death's Harp on late game with this build. That's the bow, right? The bow with the extra arrow. Devs don't like one-clicking everything, point and click all the things. All right, well... To be fair, that was with a shrine. And I can only point and click adventure normal mobs. I can't point and click adventure the rares. I do have to right click, left click the rare. You know, that's 2 clicks. That's above board. Death's Harp. Is there something I'm missing? This looks like a terrible idea. Yeah, no, I wouldn't use this. I mean, it doesn't do any damage. Yeah, definitely not. Definitely not. That's like probably like a Poison Boy build or something. Poison Boy bow. We need our weapon damage around these parts.
Too weak, too slow. Out of mana.
I went too far.
Thunderous shot.
Thank you, my friend. Really helpful to talk to you. No problem. It's honestly like the biggest reason why I have been streaming Path of Exile is just I see a lot of questions about the build in the comments, so I figure it makes sense to open stream and answer them when possible. I think it's everything. The map's not even really done yet. Getting close to level 95. That's hype. I gotta admit, it is pretty funny, just like proliferating the normal mobs to death with one lightning arrow. Not a good habit to form for whenever you run into things that are not that. Okay, what is going on? Okay, the last rare is this way. I just walked past it, I guess. Because then you run into something that actually survives it. Whereas you could just click twice instead. Hello?
Quick and lethal.
Little guy was stuck. My fourth ascendancy was a shit show. Just had to run around the boss and slap him with basic autos to leech some mana. Ran out of mana flask. Yeah, that sounds right. That sounds right. That was against Time God, right? What do my defenses look like right now? Acrobatics with 69, scaling up to 60, no, scaling up to 76% evasion. With 2200 life, no energy shield. Low chaos resistance and capped elemental res. Hope the druid comes soon. I bet druid will be really fun. It's gonna be really funny if druid can like transform and go fast. Like transform into a form that goes extremely fast just to traverse these agonizingly large maps. I feel like people will play it and say this is the best class in the game just because it's able to actually traverse these agonizingly large maps that sometimes have nothing in them. Do I have any halfway decent maps left? Probably not. I think we're running the well pretty dry. This box is quickly not living up to its name anymore, I would say. Did I just put the map away? I'm such a goon. Alright, we're doing the Delirium one. Every time you fight Gianor, you want Wolf Worm. I feel like it's taunting you. Gianor is my favorite campaign fight. He's just so cool.
Charged arrow.
That guy is actually a Dark Souls character.
Barely broke a sweat.
Sir, this is a Wendy's. Can I help you? divine number 2. Where's Loopy? He's gonna be pissed. Aw, it's already over. Hey, Irvin. Which is the build tier list in your opinion? Like, how good is the build compared to other builds?
What luck?
I don't really have an opinion. I've played this build since launch, and I don't have a structured opinion of really much anything else except for other builds that were run adjacent to mine within my friend circle. Like, I have a little bit of secondhand experience of what their journeys were like, but other than that, I mean, I pretty much just have the opinion of my build, and that's about it. That being said, like, looking at what other creators are doing, other builds that people are doing, other things that are popular in Path of Exile 2 right now, I would probably say that this is definitely among the cheapest as far as performance. Phantom minion builds, I'm not much of a minion player when it comes to video games. Minions are crazy good, though. I mean, that's reflective of the hardcore leaderboard. Like, everyone's basically playing minions for hardcore. It makes perfect sense that they would. But I'm not much of a minion person. I think this is one of the cheaper builds that you'll get a good performance out of. I think the only thing that is... There's two big cons to this build, and that is you pretty much need the ring at some point because your pinnacle bossing kind of relies on it, but comparatively it's a pretty inexpensive unique as far as what most builds are designed around. I would say it's a pretty affordable unique compared to a lot of different builds that rely on uniques, and you don't really need it until you're at pinnacles. That's kind of nice. The second negative of the build I mean, that guy just got Thanos snapped out of reality. I kind of forgot what the second con was. Second con is you're a little bit squishy. And by a little bit, I mean probably quite a bit less durable than a lot of the meta builds. Like, this isn't a Grim Feast stacking energy shield build with like 12k energy shield. This is just like, at best, a acrobat build.
Nice.
That avoids damage about 75% of the time. How to stop that one suicide fruit fly from bothering? I'm not really sure what you're talking about specifically. I think I have an idea of what you mean. Wonder if they'll nerf ES. I feel like there's a pretty strong chance they will not nerf Energy Shield per se, but they might nerf Grim Feast. I think Grim Feast is a little bit toxic at the moment for the ecosystem because there's basically a variant of every build in the game that utilizes Grim Feast. It's like, damn, I'm dying a lot. I want to stop dying a lot. How can I stop dying? Ever. So I'll just become an energy shield build and throw in Grim Feast. You'll never die in maps again, basically, right? Pretty much how it goes. I feel like the barrier to entry on that is maybe a little bit low. Compared to, like, say, I need to stack 38,000 evasion so that whenever I take acrobatics, I still have enough to actually dodge things. I think the barrier to entry for acrobatics to feel good is, like, pretty damn high. Is my character just a living 380mm barrage? Basically like a map-wide Tesla tower, I would say. Okay, this map's done, though. I don't think there's another breach. Didn't think of just nerfing Grim Feast. Yeah, I feel like Grim Feast is kind of the core of that issue with Energy Shield. I think there should still be builds that use Grim Feast. I just don't think that you should be able to throw Grim Feast into absolutely any build under the sun and become basically immune to dying in maps. That just seems a little bit weird, a little bit one-size-fits-all solutions. I'm dumb. That sucks. Slightly better, but also sucks. Oh my god. Stop it. I just recently moved everybody. I'm a little bit out of sorts as a result. Okay, that's... maybe not nothing. One of the prefixes is shit. Okay. It's pretty bricked. It's pretty bricked. It's 1, 2, 3... 3 rolls we would prefer to die in a ditch. I'll do it one more time because I'm salty. All right, yep, that bow's dead to me. Yeah, and this sucks too. All right, back into the coat box it goes. Back into the coat box it goes. I don't really want to do a shit map. Whereas, like, let's do something fun. Something good. Looks solid. Let's do... oh yeah, do I have any delirium spice left? This one's good, but the evasive kind of sucks to deal with for me. Things just randomly not dying when they're supposed to die is kind of cringe. The rest of the map is pretty hype, though. Yeah, they should buff armor. Armor is inherently flawed. Way to create more survivability. Can you look on the passive 3 called Spectral Ward? Think the sacrifice a little damage for energy shield. What is your thoughts? Spectral Ward, huh? Whereabouts is it? Spectral Ward. Was never very good at Where's Waldo. It might also be one word. Maybe I should just be doing spectral. There it is. Spectral ward. Oh. Per 12 evasion rating on equipped body armor? That seems like a lot. I think if you want energy shield, you would be better off spending the points to do subterfuge mask. Because that's 6 points to get the subterfuge mask. This is also going to be, this is going to be 5, I think, right? Yeah, 5. And then you just run an energy shield at instead of an evasion one. It's 1 more point, but I think it's maybe more energy shield. I'd have to do the math. 1 second. 1 energy shield per 12 seems like kind of bad though. Let's do like a 2,000 chest just because. And then it's every 12. Yeah, no, that's really bad. I wouldn't do this. Run the 30% energy shield per max life helmet. Any viable reflect builds? I wouldn't know. Thanks for the guide. I was hoping you could tell me why my orbs are not proccing from lightning rods. I don't know what I'm doing wrong. It just kind of comes all at once. If you're fighting a boss or you're fighting a rare, make sure to voltaic mark it, because that's going to really boost up the shock rate on the lightning rods. The biggest barrier to having the lightning bolts just like fly nonstop at rares and bosses is just the fact that we're trying to buff up the very low base damage of the individual rods to causing a shock every single hit. And that just takes like building up more shock chance, building up more damage. And eventually you just hit that threshold where every single lightning rod is shocking and it just gets out of control instantly. You have this build for leveling? Actually, yes, I do. I do have a build that I use to level this build. It is a different mobilytics. 1 second. I will get it for you. So you probably want to like take this and meet it halfway. This also had its own video as well, but admittedly, I was definitely less experienced with the game. I put this out week 1. So I mean, if I went back and did this again, it probably would have been better. But I would use how to explain it. So the value of this build is it's from the perspective of I was just getting into mapping. And this was what was good for me getting into mapping. And then the new build is like I've been mapping for a long time now. This is like the best version of what we're doing now. So I would probably check out both perspectives, like check out both mobilytics, both videos, come to your own conclusion, because that information from the original build is not going to be like from the point of being an extremely experienced player, right? Because like I built that week 1.
Fury.
So there might be some stuff that makes more sense from the second build, even though that it wasn't directed at leveling.
Too weak, too slow.
But I hope that helps. Pretty straightforward and easy to build, level with. The skill tree still makes the galaxy map look like a kid's menu. Have you used weapon swap skill points at all? I've used them to snapshot stat boosts to temporary minions. No. I've heard that there are rumors that swapping weapons can cause your game to crash, and considering you lose your map when that happens, I can't be bothered. The only thing that I would weapon swap is setting up enough, I think it's enough intelligence that I could use Blink from a weapon swap. And then I would use Blink to kill the kill the Time Lord boy at the end of the Trial of Suck My Balls. Like, you could use Blink to probably carry more people through it at a time for more money than just standard movement speed can. That's about the only thing I've thought about using my weapon swap for. Also, how's it going, TJK? Nice to see you.
No, Mama.
It's not really. Map's not good for breaches. Nowhere to go.
An easy trophy. Charged arrow.
I like weapon swap blinking to get around slightly faster during a breach. Maybe. Stop smiting the whole screen? No, I will not. It's my favorite thing. Weeping Angels. Gonna put equips in your mobilytics. That's the old mobilytics. That's like from the leveling version of the build that the video didn't do very well. It's probably unlikely that I'll update that mobilytics. What'll likely happen is I'm gonna have 3 variants on the new one, like ultra late game, leveling. And you can just tab through whichever one you want. That's my end game goal with the mobilytics page. Also throw it on max roll as well. But I'm gonna do all of that updating once I've just defeated the game. Once I kill the Arbiter until I'm maxed out and do all my simulacrums so my Atlas is maxed out. And I have all the footage from that. We'll do one final build update video on this and then we will put it away and maybe we'll just do hardcore for the rest of the league or maybe I'll play a different build. We'll see. One thing's for certain though, I do want to just beat the game with this build. Before I move on. I can't sleep. I gotta work in 4 hours. Game destroys me. I'm sorry, bro. How to solve the mana issue when I fight boss that instantly from the rod setup. The way to fix it is to eventually put currency into getting yourself a Thief's Torment ring. This ring fixes the mana issue against bosses and pinnacles. Can I ask for your filter? My filter is available for download in my Discord. All you have to do is go into the Discord, accept the rules. In the rules section, go to the role assignment section, but react with the syringe underneath role assignment. That'll give you the PoE 2 role. That'll allow you to see the Path of Exile channels. And then under the thread titled, I believe it's Path of Exile Library or Great PoE Library, something like that. That thread has my loot filter in it. If you want to use it. Although I will say my loot filter is turbo endgame centered. I have everything. I have quite a lot of shit hidden. Like a lot of shit hidden. No problem. I'm gonna be honest, I couldn't even like see her to center the lightning rods on her. There's too many balls flying. I think that's why she wasn't dying too fast.
An easy trophy.
Yeah, just lots of shit hitting. This is definitely a boss to leader.
Storm point.
That is something we do. Boss and Pinnacle deletion. Ouch. Couple of lines, but Era just has one. Balls. El Aravino. Hey there, Somnus. What's up? Nice to see you.
Stay light, stay alive.
Actually, want to come back for those. Good tears. First of all, thank you for the sweet build. Deceleration is not socketing and cast on shock. Any ideas? I saw that in the comments a lot, that people were having trouble getting stuff to socket, and I wasn't sure if maybe that was like a console thing. Maybe they're having issues because of console. Maybe it's because where's it at? I've turned off gem cutting restrictions. I'm not sure what it is that causes people to have trouble with it, but just like for the sake of, it does work. Which filter are you using? PS5 perhaps? Yeah, it could be. Like I saw people saying that it's like a console issue, that they're not able to do it. If you breeze through the comments section, I saw one dude. I know this is like a really vague answer, but I'm trying my best. There was a comment I read where someone gave a workaround for console players to get deceleration socketed. And I remember, I think I put a heart on it. I remember thumbs upping it and hearting it because I was like, oh my god, someone has the answer for these guys. What a Chad. But then immediately some folks right after that said, that didn't work for me. So, I don't know. Hopefully that works, though. Because it does work. I think it's just console being dumb. Not letting it work.
Yes.
Spice this up a little bit. Actually, let's spice this one up like a lot of bit. Okay, this is a really bad map for me to run because it has the ailment threshold. But we're just going to do it anyway. And then we're also going to just... Where's my delirium? I shouldn't use any of these. It's kind of grief if I do. Alright, Valet. I don't think anything changed. Oh, wait, it went up to 16. Something definitely changed. The best thing to changed. This map is going to suck because the 100% ailment threshold is 100% going to mess with me. Thanks for the build. Build still works well for me. Awesome. Glad to hear.
Thunderous shot.
You missing a ring? No, my ring just prevents you from using other rings. But it's also pretty damn strong and kind of essential for this build.
An easy trophy.
Oh, we procced multiple breaches. It could be fun. This map's not great for breach though. Yeah, this is a little sad. Oh, it's a lot sad. This is not a good thing that's happening here.
Fury. I need more mana.
Yeah, this map sucks for breach. What a tragedy this is. I finally proc some extra breaches and we get this map. Been like doing one breach per map all night. I hate burning ground. Yeah, we got extra breaches and it's kind of gonna get wasted. Also looting with burning. So toxic.
Fury. Too weak. Too slow.
I was answering questions without realizing it. Realizing I was muted. Yeah, the Arbiter will probably be able to tank my damage. He will probably live several seconds, I imagine. I'll have to actually like lock in and figure something out for that guy. I think what it'll just come down to though is I'm just gonna upgrade my bow and probably destroy him because my bow hasn't been upgraded in a very, 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 very long time. And they're way better bows than mine. Like, we're not going to fight the final boss with light radius on our bow. Yeah, I don't know. These are some scuffed breaches. I might have been able to get a little bit more juice for the squeeze on that one if I was a little bit more focused, but being on crypt with burning ground and trying to do juicy breaches, not fun.
Don't mind if I do.
Made pretty good profit for not being a rarity build setup kind of thing. It was like playing in fun gear. Throughout the night. Can't complain. There should be... I think there should be another breach, unless it just proc the 15. Probably just proc the 15. I wanted to get the 11 breaches on one map on stream, but it doesn't look like it was meant to be.
How troll would it be if they added a boss where you needed a high light radius to even see during a phase or something? That would be giga troll. Also, how you doing, TJK? Nice to see you. Said that while I was muted.
Yes.
I think. Said it earlier tonight as well. I must be getting tired. Hey. Better. We got any good breaches left? Looks like a bunch of pretty mid breaches. Oh, hey. Stone Citadel. Huh. I haven't done this one yet. This is actually the last one I need for the Arbiter. That is the last one I need for the Arbiter. Before I have all the keys. Well, either way, I wouldn't want to do this tonight because I don't really want to fight the Arbiter when I'm 15% away from being level 95. That feels kind of grief. Where the breach is at, true. That do be me. I shouldn't have really even entered this one. The last one was probably as interesting as I'm gonna get. This is literally just a traversal map. Like, these are just gonna get looked at and fall over.
Barely broke a sweat.
Kill, kill, kill. It finally dawned on me why Path of Exile 2 hit so hard. Like, why people are so interested in it. The last time a big ARPG title came out, we didn't have games like Vampire Survivors. And now we have like a whole generation of people addicted to Vampire Survivor-esque games. And I bet the folks that really like those kind of games see this gameplay and they're like, oh, that looks really familiar. Dying to the boss. I don't know what the boss keeps shooting me. Fire. Throw me a rock and some root. You going all the way to 100? I don't know if I'll go to 100. 95 might be my last level, if not 96. I don't think I'll try to hit 100. I think I'll probably change either to playing hardcore for the rest of this league, or I'll do another build. But if I do another build, I'm not gonna like feed it items and currency and stuff. I'm just gonna play it from the beginning. Whenever I do build guides, I always want to keep them from the I have nothing, I just started the game perspective.
I shall put you down.
The plan right now is to keep playing this character until I've bashed the brains out of the Arbiter and finished my... I want to finish the Atlas, basically. Like, I don't give a fuck about Expedition. I'm not finishing Expedition. But, like, I kind of don't give a fuck about Ritual either. Okay, I want to finish... I finished Breach. I want to finish Delirium. I want to finish Arbiter. And after I do that, I'll make like one more final update video on the build. Everything that's changed since the last video, all of the like little nuances I didn't go over in the last video, like, you know, jewels, quality, priority, rotations for like what abilities to use in what order on what type of enemy, like basically like how to really play the build, like finite details on how to play the build. And then after I've done that, then we'll move on to another build, probably. Play something different. Play something different or play hardcore. Because if I know anything from the last month of people ripping on hardcore WoW, it's that people enjoy watching streamers die on hardcore mode. Me as a viewer of content, that is like one of my favorite things to watch. So I imagine there are plenty of you guys that would love to see me die on stream, playing hardcore mode in PoE. Or like I said, I'll just do another build and do another build guide, and we'll just do it all again. Oh, I wouldn't play this build in hardcore, I don't think. Playing this build in hardcore is pretty grief. It's definitely not a very hardcore-friendly build. Really easy to die, especially through campaign. Because when you're playing through campaign with this build, you're absolutely gaming, and then you get to a boss, and every single boss in this game just has a physical slam attack that invalidates your evasion, like caves your skull in one hit. It's kind of ironic, because armor is booty butthole at endgame, but armor is actually so good during campaign because every single boss just does physical slam attacks. This isn't worth it. It's 2 prefixes and they're shit. Okay. I think that is probably a good spot to stop for the night. I'm like 25 minutes over time of what I normally stream. I'm probably gonna call it there. This was fun as always, though. Thanks for hanging out and watching. And yeah. Good luck to you all. Good luck to you all, and have yourselves a wonderful rest of your evenings. I will see you on Wednesday for another stream. Oh wait, I might stream New Year's as well. We'll see. If I stream New Year's, it'll be Helldivers though. If I stream New Year's, it's Helldivers. But what we will end up possibly doing is I'll just like hop into the Discord and we'll just like hang out as we ring in the New Year's for anyone that doesn't have anything else going on. I think that would be kind of nice, kind of fun. Maybe we could play some Discord games, like Discord party games. They have those. I wonder what kind of ones they have for a bunch of people to play. But yeah, have a good night, guys. Later.